We've fought long and hard for this moment. Sid's dream, our dream, is within our grasp.
We need only endure this final trial, and we shall. Together.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together. Aye.
It seems our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
Welcome, sons of fire.
No! No! Come back.
What?
Joshua! Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you? This isn't stone here.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man. And we would have you know them. All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him, and we leave.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
But if it was magic that caused the blight, what of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies, and so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea. There would the true work begin, for the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution, the illness having spread to every organ. There was but one escape from this fate, to start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his God awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the Blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his god's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own, and from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource, and the land, she wept tears of black.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. Though we're one and the same. Is that
Ifrit, or what's left of him.
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction, but she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
to right your wrongs? If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, You would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Nuthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all! What?
That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
My friends, my family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's ours.
Bow down, offenders, hearts bestained.
Too slow. This one.
foul attaint may not be sublimed through gain-standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition, in fitting season shall we reap our harvest. Know your insignificance. Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now? The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
Forgive me.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel before fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel before us. Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel before us.
Let's roll ready. Over here!
Prostrate yourselves. past. For countless generations have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts? What if it could all just go away? Just go away.
Clive! None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
brother.
Come. Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield.
Look.
Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Muthos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking?
Our flames burn as one!
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation. And herefrom does Logos rise.
Damn it, Clive. Wake up.
That hurt.
Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
And once again does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Muthos, soon you will discover how little you know of suffering. And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long aslumber to waking. And back to their origin.
Bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here.
Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon.
Thank you. I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otto's help. Origin, he called it. And the origin of what?
The end.
Is what it is.
Did you know that it was I who convinced His Imperial Highness to join you in stone here? All right, it may be that he was of a mind to do so already, but it was I who told him where you'd be.
It's not often our entire merry flock returns home to roost at once. I expect I should be wishing you good luck.
Calling to me.
Still alive. Something tells me that I saw on the horizon.
It's a long story.
Right.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset.
Unless you've taught our chocobos how to fly, I won't be scouting this one for you, Clive. You're on your own, but not alone.
You look like you could do with a drink. Don't be a stranger, Sid.
There is.
Believe me, Clive, I would fly with you to Origin, nay, to the end of the world. If I could. Alas, my fear of height prevents me.
So what do I owe the honor? The sound of ringing still. So we weren't. And who knows? So will it be? Not bad, if I do say so myself. No scratches, right? Should last you a good while. You can thank me later. Yeah, that should do you. Anything else?
I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastport, but as soon as the rebuilding work is complete, I promise to return.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Take as much time as you need, brother. Something tells me Ultima will wait.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
this time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Clive? Do you have a moment?
Of course. Always.
I wanted to give you something.
Is this?
I stitched it from the cloth you gave Hortense. The piece she said you liked best. I told her I used to enjoy needlework, but I didn't think she'd remember.
It's beautiful, Jill. You didn't have to.
When I was very little, I recall my mother telling me that young ladies of the court would give knights ribbons from their hair before they went off to war. I still wear mine, so I made you this instead. White is the color of faith. Faith in your friends, your family, your purpose. Unblemished, unfeigned. Just like my faith in you.
Our faith. May it ever steer us true.
And may it ever bring you back to me. I will always, always be here.
Thank you, Jill.
What is it, Clive? Somewhere in the back of my mind. I know. Thank you. And so for now... Right.
What is it this time, Torgal? Something tells me this is no mere adventure story. Thank you, Uncle.
As for down here... Clive! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved. But such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have, but I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might... Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in... We must move quick.
But where do we start?
True. The challenges that face us are the realm's armies. As you've seen firsthand, certain cities have banded together to try and maintain... And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is... In short... If Storm doesn't...
But how would one even begin?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggler, but I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen.
I thought he was retired.
He was. Until an Akashic army tore through and as luck would have it...
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. Havel has always been a man of... frustrating. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course. You don't mind, do you?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will... And if the Field Marshal wishes to... I'll leave for Randalar at 1. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian...
Excellent.
No. Thank you,
You alright? About that. Oi! Let's see. You off then?
Is there out you need?
It's hardly everything.
And I will. You can count on me. You take care now.
I did it, Sid. I made friends with all the animals in the hideaway. But you know what I'd really like? My own goblin. Or maybe a morble or a bomb. Only if it was a big one. That or a bander curl, but not a cactuar. They're too prickly.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our shelves haven't gone bare.
Yes, but how long will it last?
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of it.
Where to then, Torgal?
What do you think happened to Miss? Miss Shirley says your books made quite an impression on the children.
When you return, would you mind teaching the children another lesson?
Sid! You...
With what?
No!
It's Miss Middledall. Very strange.
When she is, she acts like we aren't
in the class.
That's what I
Well, she does have a lot on her mind.
Not
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? Don't listen to her.
But who's gonna put Miss Middledorp?
Why don't I go and see if I...
You do that. She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him.
Thanks for the warning. Mid, if you...
That's it! I knew it! The answer. If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the sky? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise...
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. Is this really so important?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship. But what if she weren't bound to the wave? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so... The Fallen had their chance. But they relied to, but not me. Well, almost.
And is that a one-way...
Are you volunteering? But if a godfather's... First, I'll need oil. And not just some old... Then I'll need some bone. Or...
If it's beast bones you're after...
No, they'll know where you might find some.
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
They make an oil down at the docks in Old Hill that's as slippery as the sea nasties they render it from.
Has Middledorp mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied, but then again, when isn't she?
All this time, my heart has wandered hither and thither in search of the perfect companion. When all along he was here, standing right beside me. All this time, my heart has wandered hither and thither in search of the...
Feeling ill? And no sooner have your wounds mended. While I may not have Gav's nose, that's what I'm worried about.
I do.
What I'd truly like would teach her medicine. Take care.
Ty's tea stop the fits.
Is there aught I might assist you with? His Grace and I. At first, it was my duty to him. My lord.
I am.
I do not doubt it.
Thank you, Yuta.
May you return safely. Have care, my lord.
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in. Everyone here has been so kind. It reminds me of home.
Want a word?
No.
Is that right? Might be time to take a step back. But if it weren't for Sid, I'll be here if you need me.
All right, Sid.
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next...
Most bones are the same. If it's durability you're looking for,
I do. Will any old adamant...
Well, with shells, the older the harder. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard.
I'll keep that in mind.
Normally, I wouldn't recommend going anywhere near an adamantus, let alone one that's had a few centuries to let its temper simmer. They're mean bastards. And how are you doing? Quick look.
Think you can help?
Normally, I wouldn't recommend going anywhere near an adamantus, let alone one that's had a few centuries to let its temper simmer. They're mean bastards, and they only get meaner with age. Why do you think the village of Old Bidser was abandoned?
Vivian, and I'll be happy to help.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking...
Please. It's only right that I...
You are too kind. Alas. But I spoke with Hippocrates to see if he had...
If you say so.
Forgive, but this book... It said... Back again? Well, Clive...
I am.
Naturally. I shall... Hippocrates, whether what he has to say makes you happy. Allow me to educate you. One must understand one's place in the world.
Sid,
it depends what...
A bearer, but recently freed from his... As you know, the work we do is not easy. Which is why...
I don't mind, but...
Because our ranks are filled with men and women capable of scouting. We're few with the nose. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be...
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee...
One can never have two.
Truer words. I'll let the initiate know that you be... And that he is to proceed directly to North...
No time like the present.
No time like the present.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Sid.
By all means.
It's my old master. And something else. Records from...
How did she come...
Finding bearers always... And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. And even better for her. Bearers with no one to look after them.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated.
Sid, I'd like to believe... And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers, I can't let those bearers die in their cells.
We'll be needing the Enterprise.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, and we stay no longer than we have to. Ash...
Thank you, Sid. Chadwick. Another of my... The thought of him held...
He must be very important.
He was.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in... We should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I, Doris.
How long has it been since the jailers of Balmung abandoned their charges? Without food or water, they won't last long.
Must we away? My decision is made. You said it yourself. He must.
He must.
Make ready. Ah, Clive. This is it then, brother. Indeed.
You're wrong.
Of course.
Joshua, what's wrong?
I've received word from Cyril.
His will.
In the crypt, beneath, after Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, and in the process of doing so...
I'm surprised anything.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter.
Very well.
Back to Tabor then. Not to be reunited.
You don't know what you're talking about. The odor's what gives Chance's stew its, depth. And that's what makes it superior to any old lizard livers.
Oh, please. Have you even tried the fried mortress? Taste, smell, texture. It beats your beloved stew hands down on every count. Now that's a masterpiece.
Have you heard the good news, Sid? We've received word that people have started reclaiming their homes in Rosalind. The Imperial Legion was already stretched thin before the Dominion's fall. And it now appears they've abandoned their western garrisons altogether.
All right, Torgal. I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Why don't we try the rookery? To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is...
Clive, my...
Hippocrates, I've been charged with locating...
Then you seek one whose name I had not...
Right as always, but she didn't seem keen to tell me very much.
And yet I gather it did not. Clive, I fear she asks the impossible.
The executors.
Coveters of secret, a clandestine organization, commit one such text, being the tome Vivian seeks. Chronic, a tale which could overturn the established or so rumor has it.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organ?
Why? Secrets, they lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must...
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snapped.
By the hand of the
But what drives them?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is... You may just as soon ask me of their origins.
Then my hunt was doomed from the... What was Vivian expect?
Not from thin air, no. Rumors of the executors are but rather less so. I have a friend... Well, I had a friend. Alas, I have heard, but though he did not mention it by name, it is possible, if you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from...
Very well. I'll be sure to pay gut.
Good morrow to you, my friend. Ah, yes. Indeed. Then, having never visited, I cannot tell you exactly where in Garnick. I make no guarantee that you will find what you seek there. Fare thee well, my friend. Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. Now this, I believe you will find most interesting. what subject shall we consider today?
Say what you will, Lady Karen Seymour.
Whatever should I write next?
Miss Shirley says we're not allowed in the dungeon. But Miss Menadol doesn't mind.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. Preoccupied, but then again, when isn't she?
Do you suppose it's magic keeping the thing afloat?
What else could it be?
I will not let them be fooled. Sid.
Of course.
It is an honor to... My name is Herman. I wish to be deployed to...
No. I will not send good men and women. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve... I was raised, or rather, it was not a place of nurture. We were tortured. And few ever survived long enough.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. But they must be remembered. The Institute was run with military precision.
You were a good friend, but the fact remains that... Sid. Too dangerous for you. I'll go to Bud.
You will?
I won't let you risk it.
I don't...
You can start by telling me where I'll...
Vie de Grace.
All right.
May the Mother... The plains of Vie de Grace have haunted my dreams. I escaped from the orphanage. I can't say I was looking forward to returning.
It's still here. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. You all right, boy? Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are.
This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. In Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready. It's well. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough.
The Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest. Fought our enemies behind our barricades.
Anything catch your eye? Thanks very much. There you go. Much obliged. Is that everything? A fair trade. I wanted one of those. A fair trade. I wanted one of those. A fair trade. Is that everything? Very well.
To take the bearer's side.
Why is everyone I'm going to go with him.
Here to help me? Thanks, but I'll be...
You're really going to go through?
I am. But before I...
If it's within my power to...
It's the children. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our French... I can think of only one place where they are...
Of course.
Thank you, Clive.
Lubor!
What is it, Ferda?
There's been a flood in the Velcroy. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely...
What?
Every last one of them.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic band... We need to evacuate. Ferda, gather them. The Akashic may strike at any moment. Well?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of... The children stay with me for now. Tell them to prepare for a full...
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone... You have to listen to me. They're coming. You need to evacuate.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside? It's driving away our customers.
What do you want?
To pass on an important... There's been an ether flood. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been... They're no longer just bandits. You need to begin preparing for a...
Oh, do we?
Lubor, perhaps? You may believe his lie.
But why would he lie about something?
Some twisted attempt. If he had not been unmasked, a great honor for one, he might well...
Lord Underhill, forgive. Lubor cannot be trusted.
You may not trust me. But if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferder.
Enough of your nonsense, Lord Underhill. Leave us be.
I do not know if you are in league with Lubor or if he has merely filled your head with his lies, but I do know that not a word you say.
You have to listen to me.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about?
Give people one less thing to throw at him.
What commotion is this, I asked myself. A sudden stampede of customers towards my humble stall? No, it was a stampede of customers away from Lubor's.
Anything I can interest you in? My thanks. An excellent choice. Here you are. An excellent choice. Anything else I can take off your hands? Thank you kindly. Pleasure trading with you. Thank you kindly. Here you are. My thanks. Pleasure trading with you. Thank you kindly. Pleasure trading with you. Anything else I can take off your hands? Thank you kindly. An excellent choice. Here you are. An excellent choice. Thank you for your custom.
Lord Ferd.
Sid.
I went to warn Conrad and they've convinced themselves that not the bloody foot, which means the town guard can't, but I can. You only have to...
I appreciate.
Sid,
Victor?
I couldn't have battened Lubor is in need.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far, far away!
Just go on. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on! Go!
Just go.
Lubor, wait. Someone's coming. Go. Come on!
Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of the place had been abandoned until the League of Outlaws. Now they're all turned, and
they are mindless monsters. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where when these creatures come. The town guard will muster at the north gate. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to... And as soon as it has been, we will converge on a specific... Conrad, can I...
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in you, and the command of our men in yours.
Consider it as you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves and tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinket our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell...
Where do I fit into this?
Where else but the most... I would like you to travel to the home of our main host is most likely still there.
A little gardening?
I doubt it.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then. Now it's simply...
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside? Can't leave a single one alive. The League is I should get back to Dalip.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive!
It's done.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven, and we need not fear the arrival of any victory is...
We bloody did it!
We saved...
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we only hope that...
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of...
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what...
I see. But I will...
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your... If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership... Unity is the key to defending Dalimil. When that time comes...
Of course.
And you will accept that if the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil, any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are.
As we failed to do...
We agree to your conditions.
Condition accept... Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but... How fickle fate can... Not so long ago I had and now, here.
Lubor.
Fear not, you are of course... I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them... I'll make sure they're safe.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work. I shall devote my every effort to creating a haven for man and bearer both. Just like a certain someone else I know. Someone to whom I owe a debt of gratitude.
Well, I certainly didn't expect it, but Dalimil seems more united than ever. I'll have to redouble my efforts to bring Costness under control. Can't have Lubor showing me up again.
From bearer boy to mayor of Dalimil. How far Lubor has come, and how richly he deserves it.
Welcome to Dravosh, Sid. Our gate's always open for you and yours.
Are those bellows easy?
What do you think? I made myself a pair of bellows, just like Blackthorn showed us. Give him my thanks, will you? These things have stoked a fire under our asses.
Good day. I'll take it off your hands. Thanks. I'll take it off your hands. Anything else you don't want?
Thank you. Farewell, traveller.
I've got a new design for a blade. Titan's razor, I call it.
It's good to see the men back at work. Aye, and roast chocobo on our plates again.
Furnace is roaring away. Had a scrap of crystal or a drop of magic.
You're the one who butchered those Akashic feeds, aren't you? We're in your death.
Yeah!
Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide? It looks like we found him. I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Are you buying or selling? Got anything else for me? Anything else?
The bearer of the burning quill is within.
Your Grace, my lord.
Cyril.
Yes,
If you would do us the honor, my lord.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke...
The day before we left.
What are these plans? His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father, the complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of with the blight spreading ever more widely across the Twin. He wished to see men and bearers treated. Small wonder he did not think it achievable. But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Nor would he have entrusted those who would have stood with you.
It's a pity only...
'Tis true, but one at least remains.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that, after all, the duties entrusted to me by my And where is this? She awaits you in the... Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
This is the required tree, an archive where we of the Undying collect. Detail findings.
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends. Why, not so very long ago, a society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be operating throughout Valisthea. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
My lord. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted...
Lift up your head. You have our gratitude.
I merely did my duty.
My lady.
What exactly is...
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the...
Indeed it has.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the... Alas. He had intended to claim the hearts, but it was not to be.
I see.
It saddens me to... It was your father's wish that you be but with his grace long since gone. You are grown men, and while I would not presume to, I know that nothing...
Thank you.
What say you, Clark?
What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am much...
Do you know where we might find it?
I do. It is found in the bellies of elder... We do at least know where to find one.
A certain
You are most perceptive. In fact, this is the very same beast your were you to slay it in his stead.
What say you, Josh?
What else?
The griffin your father meant to slay is currently nesting in Titan's Wake. Not far from here.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed. Once already. Lord Mark.
What is it?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait. He sent an owl some...
Was he surveying it?
No. The object of his study was a savior, an ancient religion. By gaining an understanding of this new...
And so you sent one of your brothers to act?
Fully I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our... Though he has been silent for some days, yet it seemed only... For as you so earnestly advised me...
But Ash is a big place.
Perhaps. The last owl at Mickleburg was it. It lies, if aught...
Right.
You are much. Go then, with my hopes.
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then...
Let's concentrate on finding the third chair first, shall we? Let's go. Run like the wind. Get her all ready. Eyes peeled, Joshua.
There it is.
For House Rossfield. Let's try. Is this the Heartstone?
I expect... Lady Goditha will know.
This is the required tree. An archive where we of the Undying.
Oh, thank the Griffin is...
And the Heartstone?
Yes. This radiant luster. Thank you, your father would be...
Lady Goditha?
Thank you, Cyril. If you would excuse me. The armbands are complete. Heartstone is harder and more and the graven vines encircling.
It's a message. Enemies who would thwart his vision.
And only if we stood together.
Indeed. But this was more. It was a promise.
Thank you for remaining the steadfast.
Forgive me, my lady. There is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother, even if the armbands were incomplete. So...
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though of the deep love he had. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Dutch... I tried to warn your father, but when word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my...
And thank the Fountain.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. And so my pursuit he informed me that his grace is...
Lady Goditha.
As do I.
Thank you, for coming back. I remain your faithful servant, my lord.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the...
It is.
If you would permit me to play my... Let him see that you have received.
I suppose it would be... What do you say, Clive?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him.
Your father's helm is since the day we recover. I prithee, claim it. And I do not doubt that your father...
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive.
What are you looking for?
May Gilbert smile upon you.
What brings you to the caravans today? When we fled our childhood home, I loved him. Did I tell you that was what he wanted? No matter how hard it... The Dominion has fallen. The Crimson Caravans must set an example. It is our job to keep... Come back soon, won't you?
I've never seen myself cry before. Is the oak really gone then?
You see that too?
Papa?
What? Oh, please. Just make it stop. Make it stop. I'm scared.
It's all right.
Ready, go?
Can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you!
Allow me.
I don't need... Please, Field Marshal.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived. Fucking traitors. I'd heard but I hadn't thought the corruption. It's a fucking Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn my lord Marquis. Or is Sid the outlaw more to your like?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a...
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. But in order to take it, we must stand together.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. You are no... I'll never hear the end of... All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see...
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But we will need an envoy. One who can court...
I'm flattered, and I have other What we need is a skilled arbitrator.
Is that, sir? And would he...
Of a different kind.
I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make...
I shall.
My lord Mark, your lord uncle bade me a school.
And I will see that my associate...
Very good.
An envoy. I can barely convince my brother to take it. Someone like Quentin.
Come on.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? That I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Not here. Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
back to the stables, girl.
I made sure our fallen comrades were laid to rest.
I'd have followed Quentin to that manor if I could have done.
Quentin's gonna build us new Lost Wing, and I'm gonna help.
Quentin.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll... Go on, then. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years.
I know it's a lot to ask.
And you'd have me give up what little the people of Lost Wing... You'll have to find...
I'm sorry to hear.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. If it's the vineyard, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know...
It's not that.
Then what is it?
You know that.
Then what are only we, or why turn your back on everyone else? You who's to say you couldn't convince the...
A stirring... I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall...
So you'll join us? Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers.
That would be very much... I hear the roads are...
My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Any statesmen we speak with are liable to resist our entreaties if they feel that what little power remains to them is at stake. They must be dealt with skillfully. I shall not repeat the errors of my past.
Reckon Master Quentin could argue an egg back up a hen's quim if he set his mind to it.
XenZar might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
The Dame actually cares about this town.
Do you see anything you like? I do like a customer who knows what he wants. I doubt you'll get more than that in the capital. Thank you. And a fine, fine day to you.
A fortress? And who'll pay for that?
Who'd you think?
We'd have our coin, our stock and our stalls, and we're just supposed to hand the old lot over.
I swore to protect this town and the people I love. I don't need a uniform to do that.
Well met, Sid. This is the
yours. Please, just Sid.
Oh, the sergeant says you'll be...
To become a scout, yes.
I am, but I...
Who would that be?
Gav. No magic, no support, just one man. It taught me what one man, and I've been training ever since, so that...
You clearly have good intentions, Ember.
So...
You haven't... Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all this and bring it here.
And bring it here?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded... You'll need to assess the situation. Determine a point, all without being discovered.
Ember. Gav isn't our best scout because he...
Know my limits. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out.
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
Even now, the capital has moved. The Empire keeps the watchtowers overlooking royal meadows and...
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
to clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me. Nice try. Gone.
I'll take my chances in the wild before I let some noble take any more of my coin.
I didn't... Where is Ember?
He must have fled. He was just standing there. Didn't even... He was nowhere to be seen.
I knew the boy had a nervous...
The right man. I believe this is the lock.
Hey? Don't you tell me you breached the tower.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me? To bring the thing back without getting...
He has you then, XenZar.
But Sid!
He did what he thought was best.
Of course. Don't you leave my son.
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
I would speak with this Duke about the demands he's made of me and my fellow traders.
I saw the captain just now. He wasn't wearing his uniform.
Because he handed it in along with his sword. Said he'd find a better way to protect the town.
Your town needs you. I need you.
But the Duke would have me clapped in irons.
Do you have a...
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. The town was left all but unguarded. And though my dear boys have been characteristic, so I was wondering if you would lend them.
Of course.
Thank you, Philippe told me he...
Where can I find the mistress?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have...
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme. I wish to speak to you.
Very well. I trust you'll...
Absolutely.
Please.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and Indeed, for continuing to argue, yet I fear he must be made to...
And who?
I would. Were you to join us, we would surely have...
Does that not seem a...
Drastic action is precisely what is called... My father would have it that citizens exist only to... But he is wrong. It is... scornful of the opinion, but he cannot be allowed. We must
fight him. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance, while I understand your frustration.
False hope. But I see that your mind is made up. If you will extend me, I bid you good day.
She certainly...
Indeed. Which may be enough to seal the fate of this. This is all about her.
Families.
I'm sorry. Ah, yes. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. The task of organizing the town watch has been taking up a great deal of... It's time of late. The rest is spent guarding the main gate to the markets.
The Duke might have soldiers at his beck and
What
call.
does the dame have to say about all this, I wonder? Surely she...
So you are content to abandon... Please, if you were a true son of...
That's exactly what I... Or trying to, at least.
Even when our true... Fine. Thank you so much.
She cornered you?
Could hardly get a word like father.
She made an uninvited appearance, hoping to convince the dame.
Anyway.
Our mutual friend thought you might...
Oh, right, as always. We've had some report.
They're back.
Seems that way. We haven't been able to confirm anything.
Right.
You know Grieger's wheat?
I'm on my...
Thank you, Clark. I'll look into one of the other...
Not here. Ready, go? Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town. Too slow.
Clive! Are you alright?
I am. I dispatched the...
Well, there's some... But what were they doing south of... We might be able to fend off on it.
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. You head back to Northreach.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been stirring up ill feeling towards her
What? I'll do what I can to... Be careful out...
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One...
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernarvon and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders. I got them spaced out at regular intervals.
Thank you. Rest assured, the people will play their part. Should any of your men be injured?
Thank you, my lad.
I'll play my part. You still want for number. I only hope I can go somewhere. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands?
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way. What about you?
I'll make my way up. I fought a few of these things. And well, I can't promise to hold.
All right.
Thank you.
You can thank us.
Till then, madame.
See that you come back safe, Clive. And we shall do everything we can to ensure you're still here when you do.
When the fighting begins, we can take refuge in the barracks. We'll be safe there.
I have served the Duke for many years, and I hope to do so for many more. But I cannot turn my back on these people. Our people.
Captain said to bring our wounded here.
Merciful creature, wherefore would you forsake me?
Father.
I want steel in the hands of every man or woman.
If any get by, you can trust we'll be here to meet them head on.
There are so many of them. Not for long. Is it over? No. It's only just begun. Farewell. That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake.
Glad to hear it.
Well, I thank you both.
You were right, and I was wrong. About if I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire, that without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. But you, not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them.
Our purpose was ever... You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of Empire.
As did you. His radiance said it himself. Son, I forgot that.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things. I only wanted you to understand how I felt.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you.
Your Eminence, your ladyship. I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, and we may yet achieve it. Will you join us?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. And today there are more...
Madam Isabel, I see that it is not men like me.
You're right.
Forgive me for saying so, milady. The dame said it herself. And that goes for you. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Cap.
Well, I should see if Isabel needs any help.
You too are a friend of Madam Isabel's, are you not? The sellsword won over to the cause by her brave example. Remarkable.
I only wanted what was best for Northreach, for Sanbreque, and I still do. But this time, I will go about things the right way, in concert with others, rather than in spite of them.
Thanks for your help, Clive. We couldn't have done it without you. Now we need is for their eminences to start pulling their weights.
How goes the treatment? I'll be happy to man one end of... Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must.
Tell me. But I sense you would rather... For you, madame, I have...
I was Carla then. So sought after was I that it was only less. For naive as I fell in love with him. He was my master's guard, after they discovered us together. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to, until we found out. It was the veil that fed us, those that could be healed at least.
He passed away.
He did. But at least we were able to share a few moments. It was the greatest gift. But the generosity of this, the men and women of the Vale support, though I was still a stranger to them. And so I swore that I would return that I would repay.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this.
Perhaps that is why. Never stop fighting. And I shan't. I know that it will not be easy. The people, the soul, all united in defense. And what of you? Can we count on you?
Always.
We have brought Northreach together. Now, the fight begins to keep her together. For if this town is to survive, we must all play our part, including you, Clive.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in? His interests were certainly varied. This is it. But if what is... This is true. I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you from a distance.
Subtle. I know who...
Then we need not hand me the... Leave it in our care.
Your care?
That is not but by one means or another.
Then I'll have to polite. I won't let you...
Then we find out very well.
Let's see, shall we?
Impressive, but we have...
Why do you want it?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice. It tells the shameful history of... Would you say that this interpret...
I don't know.
You don't? Your sword may be sharp, so let me answer. There is no that a series of events took place may be proved beyond it is a question of if enough people believe that.
So you're trying to control.
We are trying to protect from knowledge. That is all. You may keep the book. The world is small until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Come on. Yeah!
Have care.
Time to fight. That's better. No need to ride from here. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here. Conditioning. Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. This must be the registry. So many names in this place. But where is the architect? There is only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed. done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman. Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dock. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry. Time to fight. Straight home now. There were no guards out.
None manning It's a different story inside, though. The corridors, if Chadwick was being...
Don't give up hope, Jesse. Let me check the ground floor.
Then I'll search the upper...
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. Locked up tight. So this place, and I doubt they'll have taken the... Minimal loss if we're lewd alive. Even the Imperials take... They were feeding bear. Akashic down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on. I needed that. Quiet. No lock downstairs.
I know. Our bearers die every day in service of pitting bearers against a wild beast. And not just those who could fight, and those who wouldn't. Or
I'm afraid.
then we're too late.
Don't say that.
Our key.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors down. Finish up here.
All right. If we don't find any survivors, we've risked our lives for nothing. Take care.
Let's see what we can find down here. Survivor. She sounds close. There's no need to be Are you alone?
Some of the guards.
Thank the
It was worth our coming.
Ready when you poor thing. What?
He thought that he must have sent you. Where is he?
Chadwick.
Who's that?
We have to get...
Doris.
All right. You put... I'll look after the girl. You teach that thing a lesson.
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Sid.
I'm fine. What is it?
A diary. He was here.
I'm sure he fought bravely.
Chadwick.
Come on.
No. I'll see that she's looked after from...
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in day.
She is. I thank the flames we found.
I know. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize. How he fought to the bit. That's the man I remember.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your part.
Of course. You already met my former master. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time... For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But so we escaped. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was all...
But even in captivity, and he died, not as...
Haida Marie is proof of that. And the curse breakers, I'll fight until my dying.
Thank you, Doris.
All this time, my heart has wandered hither and thither in search of the...
There's so much food in the hideaway. Sometimes, in my cell, my tummy rumbled so loud that Chadwick would sneak me some food from his bowl.
Just like a princess.
He would have liked this place.
I hear that. Did you buy any?
I did.
If the bear. The director was a brute.
The registry was all I found. There was no sign of a body.
I pray that all their names are my friend. I can still remember children who would take no explanation.
They'd be happy to know that.
But why did I make it out alive?
It's not your fault. See that their names live on.
I'm going to write a book. An account all of Valley, and in the name of...
Neither will I.
These records would... The realm will hear of Badbach. I pray that the tale of my fallen friends will spare future generations the horror we endured. Thank you.
Mid.
Ah, you make it sound...
Tell me.
It's most of what I need. And a cogwheel. Gear's that smaller a bastard to make, and...
Wait, the children. Now that I think about it,
The young'uns? I'll keep working on the model. Don't look at me like that, Clive. I already apologized.
Sid!
She wasn't. She's just busy.
A new invention, is it
Do you think she'll let it...
That just so happens to be why I'm here. A brass gear.
Oh!
We saved it. Just...
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling
All the pieces that are left over?
That's...
Look! I found it! Is that all?
That's all for now.
Thanks, Sid. Back for another part. We've got screws and bolts and nails and knobbles and noodles and,
When you return,
Shirley says you're
would you mind teaching the children?
You've inspired them all to become writers themselves.
Is that so? We'll need to find some more parchment then.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied.
Well,
They did.
Will it work?
What exactly are you going...
Only the most. The wings aren't going to move on their own. Well. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one? Yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure, won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make... But it isn't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? And I reckon I've got a fair few good...
I'm sure you do. What shall I do with your model?
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive.
Sound advice?
Still, I suppose my seeing as you're always strapped, suppose I can give it to you.
I'd say that was up to you as...
All right, Clive.
Make a name for yourself.
You better bloody had to and all. Enjoy it while you can, Clive. Imagine that, eh? Till then. Be seeing you, Clive.
Vivian, I found it.
Even though I asked this of you, I fear the executive...
I met with one of them, and I convinced... He told me something, that the truth is just a... And that if enough people believe a lie...
It does. But it also means that the truth is not... provided that those who wish to change it can... As the sad history...
You said that the book inspired you.
It did. She was a heretic. A gallows stood ready for her. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned, I, too, have always felt some... She taught me that my solitude... And that, though my journey to the truth might...
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly? I'm not perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather... But the more I study, the more I... So if you'll permit me, remember, Clive, give the men and women of this benighted...
I'll try, Vivian.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts? Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
Haida Marie has taken a liking to her new home. How her spirit survived Balmung Dark unbroken, I'll never know.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Welcome back, sir.
Welcome back.
Yes. Truth be told, it was me who's... But from what I hear...
No. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on.
Indeed it is. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always... All I have gleaned from this trial is that without some...
Wait, Sergeant. And this time he was found wanting. After all.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made. But a scout's nose is different, and by sniffing out that log, wouldn't do to waste it.
Fine.
I'll do whatever. I'll spend my days and nights. I'll show you.
Daft as a brush, that one. Just like someone, and if you ask me, that time the curse breakers took some of the...
Couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will...
Forgive me, Sid.
But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Sid, I wanted you to know. I will be taking personal responsibility for Ember's combat training. And I will not let you down.
There's something about it. You be careful up there. If you happen to snag your bridges or anything.
Uncle, the Field Marshal...
Of course.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your map. They will await your return.
One other?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realms... He asked if... I might have a salute.
One of you.
Master Quinton would probably call me.
Another outlaw? Just the thing we need to put these good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you...
The more the merrier.
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the...
Oh, don't. The 7 high houses. They have all agreed to make the most... Oh, of course it did. But luckily I had...
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued...
It was more of a...
Well... She had a shipload of talents delivered to my... And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen... Now, join us there at your earliest...
Of course,
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest, though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the city... but I'm sure that you, two such firm friends as yourself... Rutherford spoke fondly of the great...
Us? I can't stand...
Clive, I'm beginning to question the...
And what kind of company do you expect?
Criminal? How... You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation. Nor to... We wish simply to bring stability to the... And to do that, we must convince those in power. There will be disagreements, yes. And if we show them the path, the fate of the world lies in my... But the well-being of her people lies in...
Uncle Byron.
Now, with that settled, for what great moment in his... Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Tri-Unity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. We shall play our parts to the best of our ability. The realm needs its Sacrandal. I want you to keep this signed accord.
I will.
sorry. Can't take you where you need to get to. But the Argo and me will be waiting when you get back.
What do you think that thing is?
And how the hell is Sid gonna deal with that?
Sid! You have my word. I will not leave this pit until I can beston Avis with my own 2 hands. And a sword. I can use a sword, right? Gav uses a sword.
Courage. Be freed. Make ready.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
It's just...
I'm sure she'd like...
Back in the north. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes...
So?
Well, the problem is that Ed is due...
Is there anything I... All right, then.
A good luck charm.
Not just that.
No. There's not lucky, and all thing is, they're hard to come by.
Only the big day is faster.
That, or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye.
Well, there's no shortage of that. I think I might make that my first port of call.
You're a good friend. Can't say I've ever seen a silver chocobo myself.
Always one more job to do, isn't there, Clive?
I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastport, but as soon as the rebuilding...
If Joshua's worried about... It's usually me making demand. Swordsman Harper.
Ah, yes.
You spoke of making amends.
Then I should begin, but this was some years ago, of course. At that time, I was to supervise, all to ensure that the future Emperor had a firm... Alas, our time together, I had not expected to meet...
Have you spoken with it?
No, His Highness always seems so preoccupied. It's not when I know he dwells upon the...
The guilt weighs heavy, but as you say...
When I first met him, it was not... And I did nothing to ease that burden. It is one of my great... And what he truly needs, the blame for Dion's transgressions.
I see. I'm ready to help you.
Then I beg that apothecaries across the ages agree that even fabulists and fraudsters, all of course.
Well, it can't hurt. Where can I find this flower?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before. Well, those which grow in the wild, there is a waterfall. Whether they still survive there...
It's all right.
Thank you, Clive.
Joshua, I don't think I'd realized how different.
I suppose it's...
She doesn't think she...
And that's why we need to let her know that we still need her. But how to do that?
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied and Jill and I broke from the procession to
see the snow? It was the first time, Father. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire...
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us.
And then it seems you and Jill had...
Man's Hill.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is...
You're saying I should go and scout?
I'm saying we should... I can't say my travels ever took me back to Man's Hill.